Okay, all right. It's Friday. Today is Friday in California. Shoot, shoot. How's everybody doing? Welcome to part 13 of the Crew Cab Charger, my 69 Coronet project that we're working on. We need to cut more metal out today. Yeah. Yeah. we gotta cut more metal out. Part 13 of 69. You think we could get it done in 69 parts? No. No faith, dude. Damn. You need an acetylene torch? Think of this. Flykin, you ever played Tarkov? You ever played Tarkov? You know, you gotta upgrade your HQ. Go. We gotta upgrade. We'll upgrade the HQ over time. But yes, you're probably right. A torch would be really nice. I actually would want a plasma cutter, if anything. 17-axis mill. Yeah. Dude, in an insomnia-based haze at 3 a.m., that freaking MSC song was stuck in my head. You were definitely being cursed at. Sorry. A plasma table. I need more. We would need to expand the structure. You're headed to Epcot today, Corsi. You're right on, dude. Yeah. Anyway, YouTube, how's it going over there? Everything going good? No, you aren't sorry, liar. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, all good? Yeah. 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 I wish I was going to Epcot. No, you don't. Epcot, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. Love Epcot, man. I saw I could get my bumper cover for about $300 cheaper at another site, but this one adds $540 in paint to it. Yeah. You could start a donation for one. No. No donations. I ain't no charity. Luca, hello, off topic. But I just thought of this. If you only have 10 tons of payload in Lunar Starship, you can stretch the tanks, full stack TWR permitting. You could stretch the tanks. Yeah, sure. Or you could carry a lander in the payload bay. You have a Starship with a crew compartment up front, and then a small payload bay behind it. So, Luca, this is the kind of stuff I dream about. Real quick, we'll do a quick space tangent here, all right? If Starship can move 100 metric tons into LEO, which is SpaceX's baseline, that's what they want to get to. You have, what do you think? 10 tons? You have 10 tons of environmental control systems and crew habitation areas, and then an airlock maybe, and then 16 to 20 tons of lunar lander. So all told, you're about 30 tons in on your, added to your final mass here. Dude, that's enough Delta V to get to low lunar. Deploy a lunar lander, something like the LEM, down to the surface, back up, right? Ascent module redocks with Starship, right? Give it a shuttle style airlock that can, dock radially on the windward side or the leeward side of Starship. Basically copy the shuttle's payload bay, like half of it, right? Starship could just go to the moon with a hypergolic lander, land, and come back. Starship is your CSM. You take the qualities of the command service module, the best qualities of the CSM, the best qualities of the space shuttle, and you combine them into one. It's doable. There's enough Delta V there to get to the moon and back. Yeah, to get to low lunar, stay there, loiter for a little while, and then do a trans-Earth injection, and then maybe a skip maneuver and come back down. There's enough Delta V there. There's enough Delta V on the table. If Starship has 100. If Starship can do 150 tons to Leo, there's enough delta V to recircularize around Earth. Yeah, and then come back down. Dude, there is weird. We're in for a treat if SpaceX can get this thing really, really going. And then, you know, Blue is right behind them too with their infrastructure, like with SLD. I think SLD is really, really well thought out because it doesn't take as much refueling as Starship. But what you could do, theoretically here, you could launch a Starship, right? Launch a Starship depot, refuel it a bunch of times over the course of a couple weeks, right? Maybe a month. Launch HLS, refuel HLS, send HLS out to the moon, have it loiter out there, and then you could launch a crew Starship, right? You could launch Dragon, dock to the crew Starship, crew transfers, right? Some of the crew transfers. You put 7 on Dragon, for instance, right? Some of the crew transfers to Starship, right? Starship goes out to the moon, finds HLS, they dock together. HLS has the docking port at the top. This proverbial shuttle-style Starship would have a docking port on the, once again, on the windward side. Crew goes down to the surface. Crew comes back up, redocks. HLS basically can sit there and loiter, or it can come back. Either one. There's enough delta V for it to come back to Leo easily. Both the starships could come back. One starship could do a skip trajectory and recircularize, and then it could prepare for landing. HLS could come back and just recircularize and ready for the next fueling run. Like, Starship offers a lot of potential, but it is a complicated architecture because there's a lot of refueling involved. There's a lot of rendezvous. There's a lot of other things. But, you know, you want to go further into space, this stuff is kind of inevitable. If you wanted to do it a different way, like say you wanted to do it like Constellation, there's still a big amount of docking going on there, right? Bringing an Orion up, bringing the transfer vehicle up, mating the transfer vehicle together in Leo, right? Sending it somewhere, nuclear powered engines, refuel like there's still a lot involved there. Boil off longevity. SpaceX will find a way to mitigate boil off. Intuitive Machines found a way to do it with the Nova Sea lander. Methalox is much easier to manage in space than Hydrolox is. The boil off is still there and you have to take it into account, but it's not nearly as bad. It's totally doable, dudes. But if you, for instance, like if SpaceX just decided to build a copy of the Apollo LEM, right? And had a Starship with a payload bay and an airlock and enough in a crew compartment for like 4 people with 150-ton payload mass, Starship could just go to the moon in one shot with a lander in its payload bay. Easy peasy. Yeah. That's it, dude. Like, anyway, I could talk about this for the next 4 hours. Let's get out in the garage. We got some holes to drill. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. All right. How's the delay? Good, bad, ugly? No, not me, the delay. One second, ugly? Yeah, well, you're talking about... Talking about the delay. Ugly? Yeah, sure. Bad? Good? All right, let me just get a second to pop out both chats here. The Twitch chat you can just leave popped out on the screen on this monitor and it stays updated, but the YouTube chat does not update. Score 1 point for Gryffindor or Twitch chat or something. I don't know. Whatever. I actually really like that Twitch chat stays live all the time. Like you can talk on the stream chat without the stream being live. YouTube doesn't do that. Okay. All right, we have both chats popped out on the big screen. Let me just reset. How's the delay, dudes? Are we good? Bad? Bad. Okay, cool. All right. I will recycle this. Stand by for loss of signal as expected. You know, you gotta turn the mic on to do that. Good. In sync. Roger control. We are synchronous. Synchros. All right, so let's get us up to the front cam here. All right, so what we got to do today is we got to cut the rest of the trunk pan out. That's my objective. Get the rest of the pan out. That's it's going to be a good bit of work. We also might need to do some additional bracing as we discussed, because when I cut the rest of the pan out, see this side is very strong. It's very strong because it's still anchored to the trunk in some way, shape, or form. This side is not. It's kind of floating in 3D space, which is fine. That's okay. But yeah, we really got to make sure we get that right. Guys, I'm getting pumped. I'm getting pumped on this project. The more we dig in, the more I'm getting, the more I'm like, this is going to be sick. Because it's going to be really fun, like figuring out where everything is in 3D space again and doing it right. Now, with that all being said, I'm pretty sure I got a hell of a headache yesterday from breathing too many rust fumes, so I bought a respirator. I got a 3M respirator. Because, yeah, I definitely got a headache from inhaling something. I don't know what it is, but I'm not about to sit here and wait for my medical bills to see what it was. So, what about 4D space? That's good too. So I got a respirator today, and yeah, we're gonna be wearing it. Like, I don't want my lungs to shake hands with danger. You know what I mean? Shake hands with danger. Ba-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. There we go. Like, I don't know what that was, but yeah, maybe I was just dehydrated, but definitely could smell metal, which is that's not good when you can smell metal. So, a lot of chat contributed to the respirator fund, so. Is it really that color? Whatever. Whatever. Sorry, late, missed the notification. Credit to Eager Space for this, but they estimated that with Starship after low Earth orbit, how much it can send further drops off dramatically. Why would the delta V change after Leo? Why would it do that? What does that mean? The delta V wouldn't change. Your mass fraction is the same because you didn't adjust your initial mass or your final mass. I mean, yeah, of course it's going to be better with a kick stage. But the whole point in that direct lunar ascent that I'm talking about, or the direct Starship to low lunar, is that, yeah, you're a trade-off. You trade the high energy orbit. You trade the low energy orbit, and you trade your efficiency to get there. Because the problems that are facing Starship, Erudite, is the fact that it's going to have to spend a month in low Earth orbit loitering just to get to the moon, being refueled. You get 100 tons to Leo, it can go to low lunar by itself. You don't need to worry about any of that. Of course, a kick stage will be more efficient, but that's like saying, yes, if I put more fuel in my car, I have more range. Okay, great. But the flip side of that is that now you have to, you want to put more fuel in your car. Now you have 2 gas tanks. You're trading complication for simplicity, but you're trading efficiency for higher energy transfer. Does that make sense? The whole point in coming up with that architecture in the first place isn't efficiency. It's you're trading efficiency in this. Engineering is always a trade-off. It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. But if Starship gets 100 metric tons, if Starship can achieve its goal of 100 metric tons to Leo, then yeah, you can better your odds. I've never done this before. Can you tell? I'm expecting a Bane voice when this mask goes on. Just take the hat off. 4 hours of EJ impersonating Darth Vader. I am an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan. Oh God. Oh God, I do look like Bane. Oh jeez. You were merely born into the... you were merely adopted by the rust. I was born into it. Molded by it. I once tried to invent an anal bomb cover. Failing to do so was my greatest regret. You may dispense with the pleasantries, Commander. I'm here to put you back on schedule. I tell you, this station will be operational as planned. The Emperor does not share your optimistic appraisal of the situation. Yo, Mr. White. Yeah. No, you don't want the microphone inside the respirator. That would not be a good time. Gonna have a bad time. I'm altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. All right. Yeah, somehow didn't consider fueling. My bad. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. I mean, guy isn't wrong, though. Eager Space is not wrong. If you put a kick stage in Starship with the lander, sure, of course you're going to be more efficient. But the whole point is optimization of higher energy transfers there. Does that make sense? Do you have to breathe harder in the mask? Yes, I do. Would adding 2 Falcon 9 boosters as side course to Super Heavy help? Super Heavy has enough TWR, dude. No, you're good. You have 33 engines. I mean, yeah, of course it's going to help, John, but once again, you're trading complexity there for increased performance. You're making it more complicated, but you're getting increased performance, and that's rocketry in a nutshell. Like, where and when do you trade for the right stuff, right? Oh, God. Where and when do you trade for the right stuff is really important, and that really depends on stakeholder expectations and what the rocket's supposed to be doing. That's really important to understand that. Those filters have an 8-hour lifetime for organics. What about colonics? Do they have non-human colonics? Yes, I said what I said. Non-human biologics? Non-human biologic sorry. All right. Colonics? Non-human colonics? What? Sorry, that testimony a long time ago, they kept saying non-human biologics, and I was just like, okay, you're trying to sound smart, but
but you're not. You're not. All right, let me clean out my car off the floor here. We've accrued a nice pile of car here on the other side. On the other side of this. Yeah, and there's more car down here. There we go. That was my racing idea down the tubes. There goes the other one. Oh, God. Okay. You were merely born and adopted by the rust. I was born into it. Molded. Jeez. Does the other camera work? Yes, it does. Okay. Okay. All right, where's the hearing protection? This thing is pretty cool, actually. All right. Bravo 2 going dark. You could also open the door to improve air quality in the building. Oh, yeah? When did they start doing this? Let me turn the fan on too, Jimbo. Ow! All right, so we got a lot of stuff to do, a lot of stuff to get at. All right, let's get to it, boys and girls. Now, boys and girls, this is your old pal Stinky Whizzleteats. This is the song about a whale. No, this is a song about being happy. The mic's right here, dude. You can use the cheaper particulate filters for this part of the project. Well, I only have one set of filters, and these are the good filters. So, all right. Okay. I need to get the lights set up inside of the car, and we have to start removing stuff. Hey, just knock over everything. Oh, all right. Okay. I want to set up the camera here so you guys can see what we're doing. Control your breathing. Control your breathing, my friend. All right, you guys should get a pretty decent view of what's left and what we have to get at. So, there's a process here. Let's think about this. Theory craft out what we want to do and then go. All right. So, jeez, this freaking thing. We got to get all this out over here. The reason why I've been hesitant to get this part of the car out is, once again, we are connected. It is still providing a little bit of structure right there on the old crossmember end cap. We're still tied into the quarter right here. Do you see that? So I'm worried that if we cut this out, all right, hold on. For this part, the respirator is just going to be down here. I'm worried for this part, if we cut this out, then my entire quarter panel structure is going to start flopping around. So it might be prudent to put the braces that we have before back in, at least on just to hold up the back of the quarter panel. Okay, all right, hold on. I got to explain to you guys what's going on, so let me just get the respirator off for a second. I don't want to waste that thing either. So we gotta
we're probably going to have to brace some stuff here. It shouldn't be that big of a deal if we're going to do that. But once again, I'm worried about cutting the structure out right here because this part of the car still nice and solid. See how if I move this, it moves the entire car. But the other side, which is not tied into anything, right? The other side, which is not tied into anything, flops around. The only thing that's holding the entire back of these quarter panels up and keeping them in the right place at this point is this pinch weld right here that I just showed you on the other camera, okay? So we're gonna have to find a way to brace the back. The back needs to stand up. So those bracer bars that we cut out here would probably be, it'd probably be a good idea to get those back into position to some extent, and kind of go from there. The other thing is I got to find the metal stock to do it. I'm not sure we have much left. Give me one sec. Let me get in here. Okay. We have to make sure that this thing stays in 3D space. That's very important, that it stays in the right spot. Because if it doesn't stay in the right spot, we got a big problem. Fortunately, we can weld these back because we had the car higher up before with our old thing. But when we did the bracing before, right, we knew the car wasn't completely level and we knew that it was sagging in the front. We've removed that sag from the front and now the car is straight. That's so important to get that right. I know the car is completely straight. Part of the reason I know is because you can open up the doors and the doors open and close just fine. Parts of the car fell up, of course. You can open up and close the doors just fine before we're getting binding on one of the doors. So now that the car is leveled, it's on its jacks, we do not move this. Everything is set. That logic, if we're going to speak computer terms, the logic for the positions on the car, that's hard-coded at this point. We cannot change that. Because if we do, we could end up bending the frame and welding it in the wrong spot. And if we weld it in the wrong spot, then all of a sudden the door doesn't open. I know that the car is true front to back. It's pretty damn close. This car can't move until we rebuild this structure back here. And I'm worried that if we cut all the structure out, then there's nothing holding it straight anymore out back. Because all the jack stands are up there, right? Please stand clear of the doors. Por favor, manténgase alejado de las puertas. On behalf of the cast of the Walt Disney World Resort, welcome to the Magic Kingdom. So, what we got to do is we got to rebrace the back of the car. All right? We got to rebrace the back of this thing, and we got to rebrace the frame rails. Yeah, that's what needs to be done. So, how are we going to do that? I could just put my braces back out on the sides, but I don't think I should have bought metal stock when I was at the hardware store today. I was stupid. That was dumb of me. Is there another way we could do this? I have other stock over here, but it's galvanized, I think. It's galvanized with zinc. I'm not sure this tube stock with holes in it is going to work. I also have to sneeze. Plated steel perforated tube. Now we could use this to our advantage. Have any other people you watch done it like this? Actually, Hellfish, this was based off of what I learned from frame jigs. I've noticed that almost every frame jig has a lattice structure out back like this to locate your quarter panels. Now what we could do is we could just drill a hole right here. We could drill a hole and use the galvanized for the outside, and then we could use the metal stock that we cut out, we could use that to level the frame and make sure that it's true. That's what we have to do, and then we have to get the trunk pan out. And once everything is in position, it's hard-coded. We can't move it at all. Like, it's important that this stuff stays true. Use a clamp. I thought you'd never ask. I got new clamps. They're Craig clamps. Craig. I was going to just drill a hole and bolt it, but we could clamp it in position. I'm worried about if we clamp that, though, it's not going to go anywhere. Like, it'll slip. Craig makes good stuff. Yeah, the guy was cool. The guy was like, dude, you got to buy this stuff. This stuff's the best stuff. I'm like, all right, brother. I'm in. Seriously, though, if that clamps that and keeps it in 3D space, I would be very impressed. There's nothing to keep this thing from moving up and down, though, with this type of clamp. I'm honestly on board with just drilling it. It's a quarter panel. Yeah, yeah, I know. You keep saying that. Le chata femme. Clamp it in should be good to go for the quarters. I know about welding galvanized. I was going to drill a hole because this is perforated. Going to drill a hole, drill a hole, drill a hole. Why can't it be a 3/8 panel? What do you mean? Weld the quarters to the rails. That's a good idea, Tech. That's a good logic idea. But you weld to the rails here, how do you get the trunk pan in? Right? When we go to put the trunk pan in, that's going to be in the way, and we'd have to undo work, right? So this can't be anywhere. We have 58 inches of play here. The only place that it could be is like out here. And that's probably what I should have done to begin with, just put a bar right there and go down and brace it. That's way simpler than what I did here, but that's okay. Like putting a bar right here and going down, cutting the quarter out and going, but it's all right. We can do this way. All right. Should be good. Let me clamp these bad mother truckers up with my new Craig clamps, not sponsored. Lessons learned at least. Yeah. I'm new to this. I'm going to learn. We'll learn the process optimization. We'll learn how to do it better later. Or not later. We'll learn as we go. Because that's how this stuff needs to work. These Craigs are pretty nice. All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, heck, we could just drill a hole right through. But I'm going to take some measurements top to bottom here. Yeah, so I'm going to move you guys back here. Where's the tape measure? Dude, that's probably the tool that I've used the most in here by a long shot. You got to measure everything. And just on a side note, my uncle was telling me this, and it's a good idea. When you're measuring, use one tape measure. Do not use two, use one. Because you're standardizing your measurement. There might be some play here, right? See that? See that moving back and forth? Use one, because that way you're going to get the same measurement every time with the same tape measure. Don't use two tape measures to do this. Don't like measure once up here and then use a different one to measure down there. Standardize your units, all right? This is like standardizing variables in code. Well, I'm not a coder, but you get what I'm trying to say. That's not the right way to say that, I'm pretty sure. That's actually something from the 3D world. Make sure your units are right. So this is 46 and 13/16. 46 and 13/16. Over here, we're at 46 and a half. So see, that's what I'm talking about. We're drooping on this side, just a smidge. Yeah, this back quarter panel has gone down because it's not connected in anything. That one's gonna do the same thing. Now we know right here, based off of that frame rail, we should be 14 and a quarter. We're not, we're 14 and 1/16. This is, over time, this has gone down. That's sagging. That's no good, can't have that. Remember, we took measurements in part 10. We took measurements of everything here. What's the distance between the trunk rail and the frame rail? It's 14 and a quarter. We were at 14 and a 16th. It's gone down. I know that this up here, this bracer is level, and I know that it's pretty damn parallel to that bracer within a 16th of an inch. So I know these are uniform, which is why I'm taking measurements off of them. Now, we didn't take this measurement out here. We didn't take the measurement down over here, right? Let me back you guys up a little bit. We didn't take these measurements because this bracing wasn't here when we started blueprinting the car. So we're just gonna have to move this up a little bit, make sure this is 14 and a quarter based off of the original measurements. Yeah, it's not. It's close. Yeah, we're at 14 and 1/16. We've gone down 3/16 of an inch. That's no good. This has got to go up. Hey, where do these stairs go? They go up. Because I know that that one is still right because of that damn pinch weld right there. This is what we should meter off of, to an extent. That plate should be the thickness of the end plate. It is for internal or external measurements. That plate should be the thickness of the end plate as you play. Take into account moves away when measuring inside versus outside. Yeah. I know the play is there on purpose, but different units of measurement might have different tape measures. Like, this is a Klein Tools tape measure. If I have a Craftsman tape measure or a Stanley tape measure, it might be different. The amount of play might be different. Use one tape measure, guys. Standardize your units. Trust me on this one. Yeah, otherwise you're compounding errors. Yeah, there you go. All right, so this side is low, so let me undo our awesome crag clamp. And let's measure. Let me measure this again. Distance from the ground to the top of this rail is 46 and 9/16 after unclamping. What about over here? $46 and 13/16. Oh, yeah, we're down on that side big time. Yep. The level is the bubbles that way. All right. So this side has to go up. How do we do that? How do we do that? How would we do that? Where's the floor jack? Floor jack will do it. I love having extra 2x4s around. It's so damn useful. So This is probably where I should have put the bracing originally. Had I known better, a smarter person would have done that. But once again, unknown unknowns for me. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna jack up that side. And I'll put you guys straight on to the level there. See the bubble? The bubble's off to the side a little bit. See that? But if we jack this up just a little bit, the bubble goes into alignment. See that? See what I'm talking about? Is that true? You guys are pretty much straight on. I was in and out yesterday. Did we figure out if the floor is level? My floor is more or less level. A big thing that I did, X-Wing, is that the car was sagging up on the jack stands. So I re-leveled the car. I cut the original braces off that were holding up the quarters, and I re-braced the car in a way where I know it's level. How do I know that it's level? All the doors open. If all the doors are opening and closing just fine, that's like your dead giveaway for a car that's sagging. If the doors don't open and close right, it's not, the car is sagging. The whole front of the car was actually sagging forward, probably about an inch. It's because the structure up there is gone too. So what I did was we refactored. I refactored my level. I changed around the jack stands. So we built these bracer bars that go all the way down to the ground. I cut them out. That's just clamped. I cut them out. I lowered the car so I could use my smaller jack stands to hold it. And then I used the bigger jack stands to hold the front of the car up. And we found that the front of the car was sagging by about that much. I know because the right front door was not opening and closing. Once again, you want to make sure the car is level, especially if you have a sagging car. The right way to do it would be a frame jig. I don't have $1,500 in the budget for this project to do a frame jig in my time frame. But I know what needs to be done. But if the door opens and closes like it normally should, you're fine. This door was not opening and closing correctly, but now closes just fine. You can tell it's closing just fine because right here, the striker, there's a door striker in here that holds the door in, right? You don't hear any other contact other than the striker hitting the door latch. If there was a problem, you'd hear a clunk, but all you hear is that satisfying chunk noise. You'd hear 2 or 3 clunks. Can you guys hear this? All you hear is the latch hitting the striker. That's it. That door is perfectly level. So the car is not sagging anymore. See this door? Same thing. If it wasn't level, the door latch on the door would be hitting the striker 2 times. It would hit it once to contact it, and then it would lock in to get it to line up, right? But, uh-oh. I didn't close it hard enough, that's me. You'd hear 2 clunks, ready? All you hear is the latch hitting the striker, and that's it. You'd hear something like that, but that's just the latching mechanism not working. That's the noise you want to hear. Just the sound of the latch going. That's all you want to hear. That latching system hitting the striker. Hear that? That's the noise. Now on the other side, same deal. You guys, I need another camera over here, but this is the driver's side rear door. Ready? Nothing. Perfect. Good. Now, my driver's side door, this door needs to be reshimmed. So this one never shut right, but even this one, see, you hear that big clunk? That noise. Hear that? You You hear the ba-bum? It's making a clunk before that latching mechanism moves. Now, once again, that's because the guy who owned this didn't really use the other doors. That door is worn out, that's all. It was like that before we got it, but I know that I took measurements up there with the jack stands when we were messing with it before. I know that that door is sagging, and that's it. Good part is they make hinge reshim kits for it because that's the same latching mechanism as a coupe. So that's fine, we're good. But did you hear the difference? Did you hear the difference? That's how I know that this car is level. And now don't get me wrong, we took measurements first, and the measurements are your primary way. A quick and easy way to do it is to make sure that these open, that's all. Make sure they open and close like it would if it was on the ground. That's all. So I know I refactored this whole thing. The front was sagging, the front is not sagging anymore. This car is perfectly level. And it's got to stay like that until we rebuild all the structure. This thing is stuck here now. We can't move it. Do not move anymore. And that's what you're hearing, guys. You're hearing the latch, like on old car doors, they sound really, really nice when they close. You're hearing the latching mechanism, this noise. Mint, right? Last, should you have the brace clamped on the other side, you might be putting tension on it by jacking up on the other side. This is anchored to nothing, and we know it's sagging, dude. We should level it, and now I should clamp it. I know we're leveled. I could double check it, but yeah, that's what you missed, X-Wing. Sorry, I'll get you caught up. Just worried about measuring on an uneven surface, but sounds like you got it covered. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay, here's the thing. The ideal way to do this would be a frame jig. A frame jig with I-beams that I know are completely level. I level the I-beams on the floor, right? And then we put the car on level I-beams, something that we know is perfectly level, and we can adjust it on both sides, okay? I know that's the right way to do this. We are taking a little bit of a risk doing it this way. But remember, the factory calls for a quarter-inch tolerance everywhere. I'm confident that we have less than a quarter-inch tolerance on this floor. I'm pretty damn sure. It isn't perfectly level, but it's pretty damn level. It's definitely within a quarter-inch. There's no doubt in my mind. You know how I know? I've spilled fluids all over this thing before, and they don't go very far. Like when the transmission on the 59 spit its fluid all out over the floor, because I can't seal a transmission pan gasket to save my life. Can't do it. I don't know why. Just can't do it. So, yeah. I got to rebuild. I got to rebuild the lattice and everything back here. Now that before we cut the last bit of structure out of this trunk pan, I am 100% sure I need to do this because the back is not being held up. Once we get the bracing done and everything's welded in position, then we're going to go to town. I'll go to town drilling the rest of this out. But let's go. We got to get going. See you, 29-month resub. Thank you very much. Mint, 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 mint. What is this, Flankin? On Marketplace, you found a Dodge 300. Oh, nice. Very mint, indeed. Okay. I was like, don't do that to me, man. All right, so we know we're level. Let me zoom out. Let me take our measurements here. 14 and a quarter. It's got to go up just a little bit. Not over here. Now there's sheet metal here, so it might be prudent to at least cut up a little bit here so we can measure off the rails. That's probably what I'll do. That we don't, if we cut out to about here, we cut out this bit, we won't really have to, it'll still maintain the structure. I'm not too worried. But we're looking for 14 1/4 from the top of the leaf spring perch flange straight up to our bracing. We know that our bracing is perfectly square and we know it's perfectly level. Well, like at least it's straight across. Like our trunk dimensions, the trunk dimensions aren't going to get screwed up. So let's, first thing I got to do, well, hang on one second. Let me measure this metal. Metal's 1/16 of an inch. So if we're less than a 1/16 off, we are 1/16 off exactly. Okay, that's right. I know that that's right because there's still sheet metal down on the trunk. We know that that's correct. Now over here, so that's 14 3/16. This is 14 1/4. That's that sheet metal that's on there. So we know that that's right. We know that everything lives in the right spot here. All right, so let me just, we'll clamp the quarters and we'll call it here. That's pretty damn close. I'm pretty happy. Okay, now let it down. Let's see if when we let it down, if it moves. Does it move? It moved a little bit. Yeah, it sagged just a smidge. Probably about a 1/16. All right, well, we'll take that into account. The other thing, guys, I wanted to do this quick because the other thing is that when we rebuild the rest of the frame down here, when we start rebuilding down here, we start rebuilding the cross member and everything. If we level that and make sure that's good, this should not require much adjustment to get that right. But if we get that perfect, we're going to be good. We're going to be golden. So these quarters are more or less within a 1/16 of an inch tolerance, which is what I want. I want this right. I don't care what anybody says, I want it right. So now we can drill this. And because they're clamped, we don't need to worry about getting the welder out. And should we do the frame? Should we brace the frame or wait until, let's wait until we go to rebuild it. Let's cut out what we need. Where does the coronet go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. Does it though? All right, so first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the wire wheel on my angle grinder and I'm gonna clean all the rust off of this so I can find where the damn spot welds are, because there's seam sealer and stuff all up in here, or whatever the heck that is. That's, call it Flex Seal or whatever. Call it Flex Seal. We gotta get that off because the spot welds that we need to drill for the leaf spring perch are all up in here. Okay, so let's get on it, dude. I need to go into the trunk hole here. That's right, it goes in the trunk hole. And let me get hearing protection. We need the hearing protection, we need the angle grinder. I'll put the wire wheel on the grinder first. And then hearing protection, safety glasses, and respirator. Another thing we could do is put the flap disc on there, but my thing about the flap disc is it takes metal. I don't want it to take metal off. know what? Gloves probably should go on last. Let's get the respirator and everything else ready to go. The trunk hole is a square hole, that's right. Okay. That looks worse than the Soviet Uaz. Yeah. Top show, the northeast part of the U.S. is not nice to road vehicles. We salt the roads. So this one has got some really bad Uaz rust. Or in England, it's British Leyland rust. In the States, we call it Dodge rust, because Dodges rust a lot. I don't know jack about cars, but I have to say, you have a lot of guts taking on this car project. Thanks, man. Ah, so that's why it's similar. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, this thing has spent its entire life in the northeast part of the U.S. It snows here a lot. Actually, this was in New Hampshire. So this was up in the mountains. That up show, the Appalachian Mountains, the equivalent would probably be like somebody driving this thing up in the Urals. Yeah, up there. Like Chelyabinsk, I think, is what would be near that. Yeah, it's rusty, dude. Try living in Quebec. You're just north of me, Pichu. It's the same crap. I'm in Massachusetts. You're not far. You guys do get railed by snow, though. That absolutely is a thing. I'm lucky. I live near the ocean.
You really adapted into the rust. I was born into it. I
Not say that. That's still really funny to me. Okay. Hearing protection is in, friends. Let's go. You got buried, but it was way worse than you were when you were a kid. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Thank you for showing how to do this. It's very informative. No problem, dude. All right, let me get the gloves on and let's boogie. Poyechali. As Yuri would say. Put on hearing protection. I got it in already. I can't hear you. All right, here we go. See that? We gotta get at those spot welds. See them right there? Just clean off the spot welds so we can get at it with the drill. I need a light. Need a light? I want to turn up the heat. There we go. So we gotta grind off all the steam sewer. I have no idea what the hell that is, and I'm not about to breathe it either. See, there was a spot weld right there that was buried under rust. Under rust and steam sewer. There we go. So one, there, oh, I gotta get at that one. Right there, next to that freaking rust hole. That one's got a ton of pitting underneath it, damn. Okay, I gotta go inside of the bracing here. So I'm gonna move you guys so I can get my fat ass in there. Okay. Now see all this crap? I don't want to breathe that. I have the garage ventilated. I have a fan up there at the front. See all those cracks are freaking rust, dude. The funny thing is that the rust makes sparks. Good metal doesn't. You get all this damn scale off of here. Okay. Spot wheel there, there. The flap wheel might be a good idea at this point. The rust is starting to get pretty damn scaly. I think for the rest of this, I'm going to put the flap disc on. Put all this damn bracing in the way. So, a flap disc is going to remove rust, but it also is going to remove metal. But the thing is we're going to remove the metal anyway, so screw it. As long as we don't get into the frame rail, we'll be all right. And even if we do a little bit, we can repair it. We have the technology. Yeah, the floor is fine, whatever. All right, so this is a flap disc. This thing is going to get at metal. Gotta get your tool. No, not me. You're the tool to adjust this. Okay, now watch the difference with the flap wheel. Watch this, ready? See the difference? What I'm trying to do is just get the pitting off of all the spot welds so we can drill the damn thing. What was running into on the other side there is that we went to drill these things and the spot welding cutter would get caught. It It'd get caught on rust and it would ride the bit around. Trying to get rid of all the pitting. I want all the spot welds to be nice and clean. Make it way easier to get this panel out. Okay. I think I got all of them for this part. We know that there's a bracer bar that goes out to the trunk extension here. Let's do a hammer test. I'll do that after we're done. Actually, Carl, most of this metal looks pretty good. It's pitted, don't get me wrong. It definitely rusted in here, but a lot of this metal, unfortunately, is nice and rusty, or nice and not rusty if you just get the top coat off. That's the difference between rust and rot. So over here, this is rust. See that? That's rust. Rust is just in a little bit of pitting, right? That's not a big deal. This is rot. There's nothing here. Rot physically changes the shape of the metal. Rust is just a top thing. That's not that big of a deal, but like, a lot of this metal is actually okay. See, there's pitting right there, but that's not a big deal. Like, you know, if I didn't buy a whole damn trunk pan, we could save this. You know, worst case scenario, I'll get this metal off and we'll use it for patches. If I could get it off, you know, in one piece. Well, relatively intact, I'd say. There's a spot weld under a lot of rust right there. I found one, it was hiding on us. Oh, I gotta kneel down, you gotta get into the trunk. I'm really sick of just car falling out of this vehicle. That's really not cool. But what are you gonna do? Stuff happens. That's the way she goes, bud. Oh, flap disc is definitely doing some work. See, back here, it's just a little bit of rust, that's all. Almost done. Some of this stuff isn't cooperating. It gets a little bumpy. It's really started to pit it around here. The flap disc is, yeah, it's starting to go. We're gonna need another one. It's actually doing work over here. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, definitely a lot of scale up here. A lot of scale. See all the rust coming off? I don't want to breathe that. That's probably not good for you. Alright. I'd say I got all of them. The only spot welds left are the ones that are on the wheel in the wheelhouse over here. Cool. Let's get the spot weld cutter. Let's keep going. Yeah, see? I think we got all of them. See, this was all done by hand, guys. This is just some guy with a spot welder. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So after we drill all this out, that's not connected to anything except for that pinch over there. What about over here? Uh-oh, found some Bondo. Not good, not great. I'll put that in my collection of cars that has fallen on the floor. Now the trunk extension is not connected to anything except for the pinch weld that's over there. I told you guys about that already. I gotta understand how this trunk pan doesn't hook up to the wheelhouse. That's what this thing is called. There's a wheel, it's called the wheelhouse. It's where the wheel lives. There's, this is a stamped steel thing. It's in two sections. There's one section here and there's the outer wheelhouse and the inner wheelhouse. Now my inner wheelhouse looks good. It looks actually great. This looks fine. It's even got a little bit of factory overspray on it. I don't know if you guys can see the drops. That's seam sealer. Yeah, see? A little bit of overspray from the factory because it was hand painted. These cars weren't sprayed by machines. They were sprayed to dude with a paint gun, which is crazy. Like how you do it in a body shop nowadays. Now the pinch here, this is all good. The wheelhouses are pretty solid, which is, I mean, I know it's rusty over here. It's rusty down in there, but that's not enough to warrant buying the whole damn thing. Because you can still buy these. But yeah, we're doing okay. This is pretty good, man. See if we can pop this seam cap off. Man, that thing's in there. Boy, that's really on there. That kind of thing can be done over the weekend. Big old Mr. Kadesh. Sorry, I won't do that again. All right. You know what, we'll do that when the panel's off. It's going to be easier. So let's start. Now we could do this two ways. We could use the spot weld cutter like what we've been doing. Or, is that wheelhouse mortgage? No, it's paid for. It's paid for. Have you considered a full face mask with positive pressure? You sound like you're having troubles breathing. Not a critique, just a genuine question. No. It's good. The reason why I'm having trouble breathing is because I'm a fat piece of crap that sits at a desk all day. And all else fails, get a bigger hammer. Yes. So you guys, I'm sorry about the feedback there. It's just... When are you gonna have your health phase? Bro, never skip leg day, bro. Seal test, please. Oh, my ears popped. No, it's sealed. It's sealed. Oh, my ears popped. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. I mean, you could take it off now. That was the gene of your sinuses. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Boost pressure pumps engaged, indeed. All right. For drilling the welds, we don't need the mask on.
Oh. Yeah, no, guys, don't worry about me breathing hard. It's just because I'm out of shape. That's all. Oh. So it appears we'll have front row seats based off of predictions of the crash zone for Cosmos 482. You've actually captured it transiting the sun once in 2022 and again on May 2nd. Where's the entry area? Looking straight out of the division. Here, let me get my airsoft gun off the off the gun rack. Chat gave me a gun rack because how's that? We divisioned out now? It's an airsoft gun, guys. See the orange tip? It's airsoft. Don't worry about it. The entry area looks to be just off the west coast near Washington and Oregon. What am I going to do with a gun? I don't even own a gun, let alone many guns that would necessitate an entire rack. What am I going to do with a gun rack? You know, if you're not careful, chat, you're going to lose me. I lost you 2 months ago. Are you mental? We broke up. Get the net. Wayne's World? No? All right, cool. If it's a severed head, I'm going to be very upset. You look like angry Eastern European uncle treating his niece's new boyfriend. Listen to me. Listen to me. You will listen to me, Top Joe. If I get one inkling of you touching her, your head into a box. Understand? Your head into a box. That's how this will happen. Nice shirt. Hell yeah, brother. All right, let's get the let me get the vacuum out. Vacuum up all this rust. Yep, had this exact conversation once. Yeah, we all have at some point. It's a rite of passage, man. But if it's the woman you want to make your wife, then it's worth it. You understand the assignment. You do not want Uncle Ruslan. You do not want him angry at you. It will end very poorly. Being an Italian American, man, I can relate. I've seen that behavior. Okay. There was a lot of crap in there. All right, let's get back to work. I'm going to switch off the welding gloves and we'll go to the rubbers. Next time you come to Florida, give me a call. We'll go shoot some real guns. Rarest, I ain't keeping my steel out in a non-climate controlled building. That's all I'm saying. The airsoft gun, pfft, all right, whatever. Whatever. But the good stuff stays in where it's climate controlled. First comes the threats, then comes rakia, then comes building chicken coop, and then you're a favorite of family. It's so funny how real that is, dude. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I had this conversation with Bree's dad, man. He was cool, though. If you're watching, we didn't have this conversation. I'm making it up. Should have had so many invitations. We should have a range day. I'll bring a bar, $4 a shot. Dude, I might take you up on that because BAR. Just because BAR. Now, we could get the spot weld cutter, but I'm actually kind of curious to see what the die grinder does with the Dremel. I have a Dremel kit around here somewhere. Oh, crap. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it where it belongs. Yes. Thank you, past me. Let me see if we got a die grinder here. Let's take a look. Take a look in books of tricks. Take the respect for PPE. Dude, this stuff's loud. Like, I get it, you know, like, I could take it, bro. Bro, I already damaged my hearing from listening to music too loud. Sometimes people talk and all I hear is, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah. They're like, hey, oh, yeah, that's right. I'm trying to FaceTime you. Oh, crap. I told you this conversation didn't happen, all right? I have FaceTime. Hello?
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Do you
You?
remember when you paid all of your car insurance for the year?
Yeah.
You used the wrong account?
Which account did I use?
Your old one, and it didn't have enough money.
Well, that's good. All right,
Yeah.
I'll fix that.
Yeah, I just want to let you know.
Thank you.
Yep, bye.
Yep, so there. Such is life. That's life. That's life. It's the car insurance for this car. I don't think we need to worry about it just yet. To be honest, I'm serious. It's insurance for that thing. We got some flap disc. There's a little wire wheel, die grinder. Bingo. Think we can get at the spot welds with this thing, or do you want to use the spot weld cutter? Also, most people are not talking full time while wearing those masks. A burr would be way better. I'm not sure I have the right chuck on the Dremel for those tungsten carbide burrs that I have. The tungsten carbide burrs need to, the chuck goes on the damn drill. Face the wall, comrade. There they are. Yeah, Top Joe. Bree is down the street, dude. It's not a big deal. And she's watching me, as you can see. What about this? Think that on the end of the drill will do it? All right, let's try that. See if we can make better progress with this over because the spot weld cutter, I don't know, not precise enough for me. I'm putting the Dremel box up with all the rest of my tools that are in plastic boxes. It's up there, all right? You've seen it. It's up there now. There's no way that just happened. We're not welding yet, Bree, but I will now. Well, I haven't cut that thing yet, so we lucked out there. I'll put the ring in the office. What the hell's the point of the damn clamp? If it's touching it, it's going to make it come off. It's in the SCE to aux box. Done. It moved that one too. Well, that blows. Hi, I'm EJ. I just like making more work for myself. Oh, okay. The more I think about it, though, guys, the more it's, you know, two things. This is not that big of a deal. I just want it supported so it doesn't bend. Like, hey, this is the part where the clamp clamps. No? No? What, did you get how to use your hands? It's more about getting the frame rails right. The frame rails have to be perfect because we build everything off of the frame rails. And who knows if those quarter panels were in the right spots to begin with. But I would have liked to have preserved it, but it's okay. This will hold it close enough. We have the measurements that we took, so we can always realign it with the jack. Hey, No Leon, this is Ethereal from YouTube, kicking around on Twitch for now. Right on, man. Here's your G.I. Joe Kung Fu grip. All right, so I have the ball burr on here, and let's go. Let's get going. Here's the link for the SAT crash sites. Cool. You got a face shield by chance? No. West southwest 252. North northwest 331. Northeast 45 degrees. Azimuth 331 north northwest. Local time map in detail. Cool, man. All right, sweet. Yeah, I'll keep that up. Let's get back to work. I put my hat back on. All right, let's see how this thing does. See if we can grind that spot weld out. Ready? Where is the lubricant? Hold on. I'm pretty sure you don't need to, but I just want to control the heat on that burr. I got mostly through it. This ball burr is too small. But, you know, maybe we just... I can see part of the frame rail through there. See that little speck, the darker metal? You know what? This will work. I'm just worried about going too far into that. Oh. There's not much under there. Well, let's get at the other one, see what we got. kind of want to get at it from the top, but there's really no good place to get at it except for that. But I think you want to use this, you really want to use the side of this bit. You don't want to use the top. Got to get at it from the side. That's where the meat is. I don't know. I think the spot weld cutter actually might be faster. Carl, you're getting a lot faster. No die grinder? It'll tear up the metal with a good burr in it. Nah, I have a Dremel, but I don't think I have the right bit for it. So it's spot weld or these tungsten carbide burrs. Here. The Dremel's too small for spot welds. Yeah, that's the problem that I'm dealing with right now. The drill is kind of a weird way to do it, but I have a beveled burr here. This one. See that? Let's try this. Let's try this guy. It's hard to tell if you've gone through with the spot weld cutting bit. It's a lot easier. Let me get the chisel. It's gonna rain. I know. Bree was telling me. All right, so no, that spot weld's still there. See how it creased right on the spot weld? Yeah, let me get the spot weld cutter. These burrs they weren't expensive. They were, I don't know, like 20 bucks. It's not a big deal, but I'm sure I'll find a use for them. We need more rain. We are in a drought right now for sure. Yeah, my ground is very, very dry outside of the shop. And it's planting season, which makes it even more annoying, but all right. I need tomatoes so I can make tomato sauce, man. That went through. That cut that thing right up. Just get the cutting oil on the rest of the spots in the area so we don't overheat. Oh yeah. Camera moved. Sorry, guys. That went right through. Yeah, that's... All right, now let's hit it with the chisel just to see. Watch this. This will pop right off. Slingshot, engaged. Yeah, all right, let's see. What's the condition of the frame rails? Yep, we popped right through that one. See how it went up and it didn't crease at the weld? Yep, there we go, that one popped. All right, what do we got? Okay, intact flange, perfect. It's a little crusty right there. It's a little thin too. We'll probably cut it and rebuild it anyway, but at least we have something to rebuild. Nice. That's actually really good. All right, where's the next spot? The next spot is over here on the diagonal that goes to the cross member. The only good way to get at it, guys, is if you guys are basically on my belly. Get in my belly. Sorry, the lighting is caca. the pitting is making the bit ride around. Come on, catch. All that freaking pitting around that thing it wants to pick up on the pitting, which is no good. Let's try the one next to it. Maybe we can get at that one. Yep. Yep. That one went. This is why I wanted to hit this thing with the grinder, but see all the pitting around that one? All the rust? No good. Stop riding around. A metal punch might be a good idea for this one. Damn. It's just, yeah, it's all the pitting and making the bit ride around. I can't get a good grip on the drill to get it to go straight because there's the quarter panels there. Yeah, we got to pilot it. I still have the bit in my other drill, but the battery for that drill is down, for the small drill is down in the house. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna run down to the house real quick. The charger was down. I noticed the battery charger was down there because I was working on something in the house. So last time we used the small drill, right, with the small bit, I took the battery with me down to the house to get it charged. It's charged, but it's still down at the house. So I have to go do more physical activity going all the way down there. I know it sucks. I'll be right back. Enjoy the crew cab. Yeah, okay. I'm back. With nuts. He just left. With nuts. That's a lot of nuts. Sylvain, what's going on? All right. Locked and loaded. You want fries with that? That'll be $8, baby. Dang it, lugged a case of water up here. Now I gotta go to the bathroom. This is chat, this is your fault. I'll be right back. And I'm not taking the mic with me. Waste tanks evacuated. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, we need the rain, so I watered the plants. That's all. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Yeah. All right, let's roll. Back to work. Enough screwing around. All right, so it's this guy that's being a pain in the tuckish. So let's make sure the drill is right. There we go. So what I'm going to do is we just get in here, zip this a little bit. Just a little pilot hole. Should be good. You know, I'm going to do that for a couple of these other guys too. That one's going to suck. So the spot weld, so I'm using a small drill bit here. The spot weld bit, if you guys look at the front of it, see that the prickly part at the front? I'm drilling a small hole in the spot weld because that gives this a guide and it allows that to stay centered. You could do this a couple of different ways. You could do it with a punch or you could do it with a drill bit. Is this a reverse bit? I can't tell. That's... Oh, no. Oh, forward on my other drill is this. It's reverse on this drill. So, yeah, good job, idiot. On the big drill with the spot weld, left side is forward. On this one, it's reversed. There. Now it's drilling. Oh, wow, that's weird. All right, you know what? Let's get at all of them, dudes. Let's just get a pilot for all of them. Make it easier when we go down line with the spot welder. Or the spot gun. So I'm just gonna put some cutting oil on all the spot welds. You don't necessarily, I don't think you really need to do this, but what I'm trying to do is control the temperature, not on the metal, I don't care about the metal, but on the spot welding bit, I only have one left. And if we break it, that's gonna suck. That would suck a lot. The pitting on this one sucks, but I think I got a good pilot hole there. Yeah, some of these are going to be a little bit difficult to get at. Hey, you got to drill it in the center of the spot weld, dude. Much better. Did we get that one? I don't think I got that one. Did we get that one? I don't think I did. Here I am thinking I'm all being all methodical. I'm like, okay, I got that one, just going down the list, just going down the list. Nope, nope, there's like 3 more that you haven't drilled a pilot for.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Twidget, what's up, dude? Okay, I think I got enough to get us started. Let's get the big guy. Still rode around a little bit. That's because I just didn't get a good grip on it. Oh, how are we going to get at this one? Let's try the other ones. Sorry if the cord's in the way, dudes. I went through, but I didn't think there was any frame rail there to begin with, so. I didn't make it all the way. Pitting, even my pilot hole. There we go. I went through. It's because there's no frame rail there. Whatever, we can use that for Clecos later. That one went pretty good. What about you? Did we get at that? I can't get a good grip on the drill. Should be enough to pop that off. They big goalie? What's that? Man, some of us are working out here, dude. Okay, got that one, got that one, got that one. Rain check on that one. That one went through. There's nothing there. Got that one, got that one, got that one. That one went through. This guy.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Cool. There we go. Got that one. Hey, RJ, the man himself. Good morning. Happy Friday. How are you? Oh, yeah. I can hear it raining outside. I couldn't get a good grip. I don't even know if there's a spot weld there. How come the grinder didn't pick this up? There we go, I got it. There she goes. There she goes. Perfect. Okay, these two on the outside for the perch. Did you get some backup bits just in case? Nope, this is the only spot welding bit I have. That was my bad. The hardware store I go to doesn't have them. I gotta go a little bit further out of town to get at the things. But I have every single spot weld coated with tap fluid, cutting fluid, just because I'm paranoid. We can't screw this bit up. There we go. Got it. All right. Let me just make sure I got everything. I got all the spots. That one, that one, that one. How many have we drilled thus far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, there's one. Sixteen, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. We got 26, and we probably have another 20 to go after that. I got all of them out to here, so let's get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more, and then we'll start cutting. Did I drill those? Come on. Did I just miss those? Whatever. I gotta get the other drill, dudes. I missed a couple. I don't know how, but I missed. There we go. Okay. I lost grip. That was me. Stop talking about it before I jinx myself? Yeah, good call. Oh, that one popped out. Kind of worried if that popped out that we might be under tension here. Oh, don't ride the bit around, dude. Okay. Yeah, that should get me at least equal to the other side. So let's get the chisel and we'll start. Commence the chiseling. I like the chiseling. Commence the jiggling, y'all. I'm Jiggle Billy. I like jiggling. Well, I just sit here and jiggle all day. There we go. That one popped. Cool. We didn't get that one enough. Got that one. That one popped. Good. Yeah, I got a new trunk for this. It's over there. See it? I got a whole new pan. There's you guys. So I got to get rid of all this. We got to get it up and we got to look at the frame rails, the structural rails. This part of the frame rail needs to be replaced. All right, I'm gonna have to use the reciprocating saw. We're gonna cut on the seam. Yeah, that's what we got to do now. And then we should be able to cinch this thing up. Yeah, like I said, this metal isn't bad. This would be fixable, but I have the whole pan. Just do the whole pan. We bought that metal. We're gonna use all of it. Where did I put the reciprocating saw? There it is. All right, headphone users, this gets loud. Headphone users, headphone users. Okay. All right, now we should be able to get at the rest of this with the hammer and the punch. So we should be able to just bend that up. I'm a little worried that these spot welds are popping out a little easily, which tells me that this is still holding something, but we'll get it. Even if it's not, we'll fix it.
Wow, much nicer than the other one. Much nicer than the left frame rail. Oh, yeah. A lot less repair is going to be needed down here. And there's a lot less car in the frame rail channels, too. That's great. And they got a pool table, too. All right. Yep, hear that pop? That was the spot welds popping. Oh, my chisel fell into the frame rail channel. Really? I can't get at it because my hands are covered in cutting fluid. Get out of there. Get out of there with these eye holes. Making good progress here, dudes. Gonna have to get in there with the reciprocating saw again, but that one. A lot of these did just pop, though, which means we've got our methods for this down a lot better than when we did it the first time, which is great. Yeah, guys, frame rails are okay. These are fine. Plenty of metal there. That one's actually clean. The inside of this is actually still clean. Wow. All right. Way better than the abomination over there. All right, excellent. Got to patch that. We got to patch those too. But yeah, that's no problem. Easy peasy. I don't know if I got that spot weld enough.
Nice. All right. I just got to get those spot welds that are on the brace that goes out to the side. It's an old exhaust mount here from the stock exhaust before we changed it. All right, I got to get the spot welder bit. We gotta get at these a little bit better. I'm gonna try to grab the wire. Okay, all right, come here. Why did I put it all the way over there? I don't know. Got one. There's two more out on this brace that we have to get at. Got another one. We heard it pop. Didn't get the last one. It's just this guy on the very edge over there. Got it. Oh, no, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't get it. Come on. Oh, sorry, guys. Hit you with the camera. Sorry. Sorry. You okay? Cool. There we go. Nice. You got bonked. I was gonna bonk him. For the next 24 hours, your thinking privileges have been revoked. Okay? All right. I'm getting in there with the reciprocating saw again. Yeah. That's what I was worried about. But we got it. Just hanging on by a thread. Gotcha. Some of the trunk is still good here. Not. Gonna move what's left of this pinch weld. I should be able to just get at it. Like I said, a car that was more complete, I'd probably be more careful, but not much here. The wheelhouse seems to be good over there. That's nice. This is what we call structural bondo. See, this is what I'm talking about. Look at all that. That's what was holding this together. Be super careful when I do that. Okay. I don't like using the reciprocating saw in close quarters like that, but yeah. See, the trunk extension, see how it's been all cut up in here? The trunk extension should go all the way down to here. It should be like up here somewhere. But it's not, because somebody cut it out because it rotted. They cut out all the rot, left the good metal, and then patched it. But there's the trunk panel. Now, this should be easy to get the rest of this out. We're still into the wheelhouse. All this is still good over here. Wow, all right. The wheelhouse on the right-hand side is really not bad, dudes. We're gonna have to start going, we're gonna have to go into the wheel well and start drilling spots out of there. Not bad. How's the frame rails look? Pretty good, dudes. Okay, I think what we should do, I'll section a piece right here. Actually, we should just be able to cut this. Something is holding this thing in place here. Hold on. We still got a little bit of spot welds holding it in place. Here we go. Got it. Mouse house spotted? Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Guys, that's a dead mouse. Just look at this trunk panel for a second. It's dead. That's not a mouse house. That's a dead mouse. And I'm not talking about the singer either, or the guy. That's dead. Let me get the vacuum cleaner out.
No. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, she's F to pay respects, dogs. Well, I'm here with the vacuum. I'll get the rest of the clean out the rest of the frame rail. The one on the right looks way better than the one on the left, dudes. I'll tell you that. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't, but whatever it is, it's gone now. EJ, you're doing an amazing job. Thanks, man. Spasiba. Oh, man. Okay, so where do we go? Where do we go now? Have you thought about getting and making a small induction furnace and recycling all the old steel and making something with it? Tessa, I'm being a little bit more careful with cutting out the steel over here. So what I want to do is hammer and dolly it flat, clean up the metal as best as I can, and then use it for patches in other spots of the car. Car of Theseus, my butt, dude. I can use that metal. It's good metal. It's just got holes in it. We can weld up the holes. What in the name of Fig Newton is on your head? What? Hey, EJ, good job on the car. Reminds me of some repair work we're doing right now. Oh, yeah? Anyways, I just wanted to check in on you, tell you we're going to do some trolling with Ship 35 soon. Keep an eye on the closures. So, yeah, what I want to do, dudes, is take some of this metal. This is good steel. This trunk pan, for instance, not the strap. The strap's, I don't know what that is. I don't care. But if we hit this with the grinder, right, we could, this piece right here that doesn't have the ribs in it, cut that out, use it to patch somewhere. I'm keeping all the panels that I cut out. I've kept all of them. This is also going to be very useful. This one still has the cross member end cap. See this pie cut looking piece? This, I need to buy these or we need to make them. This one is still intact. If I can get this piece right here, we can get that out. I can make new ones. So we don't need to buy them. The problem is I don't know what's supposed to be right here. We'd have to find, this thing is called the rear cross member end cap. We can make them. Just seems like bent steel. It's not a big deal. Sectioned off. Should be pretty easy to do. Or you could buy them. They're like 30 bucks a pop. I'm thinking we could make that. Use some cardboard aided design. But if you look right here, there's an indent
See the indent right there? There's an indent on the trunk extension. So this piece lived right here in the car. And if I get the new trunk extension that we have, which is this one, we got to find that indent. Where is it? There it is. See it right there? There's the indent. So we know that the end cap picks up on this on the flip side. Believe it or not, these are the same piece. This is what this piece looked like from the factory. This is what it looks like now. But see the indent right there? That's that. Trying to put it in shot so you guys can see it. See, this cross member, the cross member end cap, that's the flange. The indent piece is the flange. So the cross member end cap goes in there. We can measure it and we can make it. That shouldn't be too hard. That's an easy piece. As far as I can tell, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And I'd like to point out that it's just the end cap piece. It's not like, see this, that's not supposed to be, this isn't supposed to be folded up like that. That's supposed to be like this. Because it looks like whoever cut this out before, see somebody sectioned this. There's supposed to be metal that follows the cross member end cap. See that? The quarter panel goes down to here. Somebody cut that all out, and that's why it's missing. Like there should be a quarter panel that goes all the way down to where my hand is. These, you use Coca-Cola to remove rust. Hey, Coke works, dude. That's for a Duster, Flykin. That's an A body. We need the B body ones. The A bodies are the same. They're just like 20% smaller, believe it or not. An A body, this is cool. Like Chrysler, like it works. It was a good idea. So what Chrysler did was they made the B body first. They shrunk it down, they scaled it down by, I don't know, like 10, 20% maybe. The entire design, they just scale all down to like 10, maybe 10% scale of a B body, and made a mid-size car called an A body. A Duster, a Dart, Barracuda, same thing. Well, the Barracuda was the same thing until '69, then they changed it. Yeah, Classic Industries has the part. So invest in a small sheet metal brake. I can make this with an angle grinder, dude. An angle grinder and the vise will do us just right. I can make this part. We need to look at what's supposed to be right here on that flange, because there's nothing there. If I had to guess, that picks up on, here's the rear cross member. If I had to guess, it probably picks up right there. See how that all fits? See how that fits together? That's what it's supposed to do. Actually fits together like a puzzle piece. See that? And it's supposed to overlap a little bit. That's what that's supposed to look like. If I can grind this piece out, you can get it out of there, I can remake it. Yeah, we got to figure out what the crusty and rusty part is. But yeah, we'll refab a lot of parts, dude. Yeah, the biggest challenge of this that I'm really figuring out, and this is why, like, once again, I want the experience to, when people say like, oh, the car is too far gone. It's too far gone. It's too hard to work on. It's too far gone. When people say that, I want to figure out exactly what that means. That's why we're doing the whole car. And I think what it means is not figuring out where stuff is in 3D space. Now, fortunately, I'm a 3D artist by trade. I'm really good at picturing stuff in 3D space. That's what I went to school for. I graduated on an accelerated program when I was 20. I'm really good at that. So that should be really easy for us. We should be able to figure this out. That ain't no problem. We'll figure it out. We can line up everything. The whole reason why I've been anal retentive about trying to line stuff up in the first place is to save us some time later. I'll realign the whole rear end. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Now you got to learn how to weld. I can weld, dude. I welded all the brackets and everything in there. And either way, Van, I mean, I know you're just giving me crap, but it's all plug welds, dude. It's plugs and stitch welding. Easy. That's easy. It's not, I don't have to run a bead anywhere, dude. Only time I really would want to is on the frame rails. So, not too much. So you're saying that if you actually learn fabrication, you could build cars wholesale. Hellfish, if we ever get to the point, that point, I would love to build a car from scratch. Like a B-body. I've said that you can build one from scratch. All the parts exist to make one from scratch, which would be, dude, how cool would that actually be? Oh yeah, we just built a whole car in our garage, no problem. You know, that's when I would want the frame jig and everything. You know, I would really want the frame jig, and that would be a hell of an investment to do, but it would be the sickest content ever. That'd be so cool. But we start small with this. Yeah, from scratch. So rarest, find like a 70 Super B, right? And like the roof is all that's left. Like it's so gone, like it's gone from here down, and just build the whole car. Just build the rest of it, just build the entire car out. The more I'm looking, the more I'm thinking, I don't think you can actually get the C-pillars for, like, I don't think anybody makes C-pillars for a B-body. If anybody wants to, you know, correct me on that one, please. I'm pretty sure no one makes them. So we'd have to find a roof. And that would be our scratch-built car. Car manufacturers should do that, like car remasters. Ford has dabbled with the idea, but they never put anything to fruition, which is really annoying. Hey, Sunkara, what's going on? Are you joining Flame Trench today? Long March 5. Yeah, man. One of the closures is Massey's to pads. Seems like they're just sending it. Oh, boy. All right. All right. Well, a little bit of a tangent, but let's get back to work. Fortunately, the back end of the car is still very strong, the quarters, even though we cut the end cap out. Show me that rust. Oh, yeah. Van, dude, you want to see something nuts, dude? Look. 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 Actual good metal. Actual good metal, dude. On the inside of the frame rails on this Titanic of a freaking car. See that? There's good metal right there. It's not even pitted. That's fresh 69 steel right there, baby. It's pretty cool. I can't believe that, dude. Why does it look like concrete on the inside of the quarter panel? Are you talking about like all up in there? All up over there. Well, some of that is factory sound deadening, but dude, the quarters rusted out on this car, and well, instead of actually fixing it, somebody, it's bad, dude. Yeah, here we go. Somebody took some roofing steel. This is galvanized steel. They pop riveted it underneath the trim right here, like that, right? To bridge the quarter. And then they slathered it with Bondo. Dude, see where the rust line is? The floor is where my finger is. See up here, where the crap is? Dude, I took an inch of Bondo out of that. They slathered it together to seal it up. This, judging by the hardware and the roofing steel and everything, dude, I'm pretty sure that this is, it's probably from the 70s or something, because it's all flathead like roofing screws and stuff. Yeah, dude, it was nuts. I have a trash can full of Bondo over there. It was bad. It was real bad. Yeah, crazy. Man, that left frame rail is struggling. If that's what it's supposed to look like, oh boy. We got a lot of patchwork to do on that thing. Still solid though. Yeah, pretty good. Considering it's just hanging there. Yeah, Van, like I said, this is, Van, anybody in their right mind, this car is way too far gone for a quick flip. This thing needs, well, it needs everything. I don't care. You guys care? I don't care. I don't give a frick. It's a V-body Chrysler. It's cool, man. It's a cool car. I don't care it has 4 doors. It doesn't bother me. With a modern engine, you know, everybody wanted 2 doors back in the 60s because engines made like, 7-liter engines made like 300 horsepower, all right? 7-liter engines, okay? We put a modern motor in this thing, or even, you know, shore up that 318 that's in there with some modern heads and cam. Bro, we'll make plenty of power. 4-door don't matter. If anything, it's more rigid. LS? No. 5.7. 5.7 Hemi. I'm not LS swapping a vintage Chrysler. That's dumb. Plus, I'll be honest with you guys, LS swapping stuff is getting a little tired. I'm getting a little annoyed. I'm getting a little sick of it. It's just, I get it. You can make anything make power if you use the same damn power plant. Like, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. And, you know, your car is your canvas, I guess. I'm not LS swapping stuff. If I'm going to LS swap something, it's going to be a Chevy. It's just tired. I'm just getting sick of it. It's cool. Like, I'm not hating by any means. It's just, do something different, please. Like, please, do something different. That'd be really nice. Plan to LS swap a 64 DeVille. That's fine. Like, Van, I like playing logic games when I theory craft out a build. What do I mean by that? I want to put a Dodge motor in this. Like, that would be cool. Put a Hemi in it. A 345 5.7 Hemi. I have one. It's sitting out there in a 2004 Dodge Ram that I got from my neighbor that has more rust than this thing, believe it or not. Neighbor was going to scrap it. I'm like, I'll take the engine and everything. Just give me that car. I'll scrap it. You know? You can get an LS from a junkyard for a few $100. I got a whole truck for a few $100. Food for thought. They're tin screws, Trey. They're not flathead roofing screws. They look like sheet metal screws, actually. Sorry, I misspoke. But anyway, I have 2 big rules for this. Keep it Dodge. Keep Dodge stuff, like, in the Dodge, right? Because that's cool. And my other big build criteria rule for this thing is do not do something to the car that's irreversible when it comes to the stock shell. So, like, if we want to put a 4-link suspension in this, I would want to put a 4-link suspension in that doesn't require any welding. One, because, Van, you're probably right. I'm not really too incredibly confident in my welding capabilities here. But I want it all reversible, so you could theoretically, like, no matter what we do, you could theoretically revert this to a stock 69 Coronet. You could theoretically do it. That's my rule. So if we do something, we put the modularity into it. Because I think that's cool. That's cool engineering criteria to go by, and it's good content. That's cool. It makes you think about this stuff, and it gives me something to explain. You know? Those are my rules. All Dodge parts, anything that you do has to be reversible. Those are my rules. That controls the budget of the project inadvertently. You know what I mean? That controls the budget of this project a lot nicer. Cherokee, what's up, man? Check it out, dude. Here, take a look at the right frame rail. Way better condition than the left. Hillness found C-pillars. No need to source the roof anymore. You could literally build it from scratch. Really? Let me see. Raybuck. I have no idea who this is. I'm not familiar with this. All right. Yeah, cool. Neat. Nothing for the 4 doors, no. Hillness, the 4-door has a different rear quarter, obviously, because there's a door in the way. And it has a different C-pillar and a different roof line. Other than that, like basically from here inwards, it's exactly the same as the coupe. Same car. Like when I bought the trunk pan drip, right? This is to fix the drip system so the water drains out of this correctly. When I bought this, it was just from the coupe section. It's the exact same piece. Chrysler did that to save money. Make as many of the same parts, make commonality between cars. GM is notorious for this. GM nailed that in the 60s and the 70s to the point where, I mean, Chrysler did it with B platforms, which is pretty cool. GM did it with every freaking car. Seriously, every single General Motors car, you could take parts off one car and put it on another. You could even take parts from different engines and put them in other engines and they fit. GM had comptrolling, like in logistics, like that's why so many people like Chevy, because that's cool. You could take a crank out of a, you could take a crankshaft out of a 400 small block and you could put it in a 350 small block and make a stroker engine. That's what a 383 stroker is, if you're familiar with cars. That wasn't done because GM offered a 383 from the factory. They never offered a 383 motor, ever. But hot rodders figured out that if you took a 400 crank and you put it in a 350, it changes how far the piston goes up and down. It's called a stroker kit. It changes the throw on the piston. You can make way more power if you stroke out an engine. And it bolts together. It's easy to do. We could make a stroker here out of spare parts. You could make an engine that makes 400 horsepower out of spare parts. That's why people like Chevy. And I understand that, you know, but like I said, everyone does that. Like I want to do something different. That's cool. Anyway, sorry, I'm just cooling off for a second, man. We were in there for a good while. So you're saying we can't use aerospace grade titanium body panels? We could. Car would be a lot heavier, but we could. But Trey would be a lot stronger too. Bill 426 out of your small block Hemi. How's your head today? Good. I got a respirator, LS. I got one when we were grinding everything out.
It's cool because I sounded like Darth Vader.
But it works. It works great. Yeah, we gotta get at the rest of this, dudes. What we gotta start doing is getting inside of the wheel well, and we gotta grind out all the spot welds on the inside of the wheelhouse if we want to go any further. What's crazy is that the inner wheelhouses, for the most part, look to be pretty good. It's 3 p.m. just to let you know. Ah, man. Spent too much time talking, man. We're not gonna get this freaking done today. It's all right. All right. I really got to shut up and stop talking. We got to get to work. It'd be worth a lot more value when it gets scrapped too, being titanium. Nice. Man, dude, time flies by when you're working on this stuff, dude. It's kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting that. It's like playing Factorio. You just sit there and you just get stuff done. All right, let's get back to work, dudes. We have plenty more work to do. So, we want to get the rest of this out What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I'm going to put my gloves on. We'll get back in there. We'll cut more of this out. That's what we're going to do. We do need to grind off the sides and find the spot welds there. I might actually want to drill the spot welds in the wheel well. Just drill them straight through. That'll give us a locator for the trunk. All right. Let's get safety glasses. There we go. Would you just look at it? SVO, these frame rails on the right-hand side are way better than the left. They're way nicer. There's a lot more meat here, but that'll help me figure out what we need to do to fix the other side. And I have a little bit of a flange plate there to figure out where everything lives. But yeah, it's a lot nicer. I'm gonna rust convert the hell out of this thing. We'll vacuum out everything in there, get it as clean as we can, and then we'll go. We also found a dead mouse in there. So, you know, that's cool. All right, I'm buttoning up my shirt. Buttoning up my damn shirt again, boy. Buy a lot of weld-through primer and cavity wax to stop it from continuing in the future. I got Steel It, dude. I got Steel It, and I have a lot of rust converter. Yeah, I bought 2 or 3 cans of Steel It that I have over here. This stuff is sweet, dude. Steel It is primer that you can spray through that has metal in it, so you can weld through it. It's good stuff. We'll do that when we're done. I don't want to paint all this and then have it get messed up because we still have to drill stuff out. All right, so how are we going to get at the rest of this? I'm thinking section right there. You got to section it out. Is there a bird in here? Get out of here, bird. Really hope there ain't no bird in here. No, the bird is not an ornitholog. No, I'm looking for a certain ornithological piece. I'm going to close the garage. It's also raining. Hang on. Okay, cool. Close the pod bay door, Hal. Yep. All right, let's get back to it. So I'm gonna cut probably like right here. Pop the spots, see if we can cut there. Get this piece of metal out of the way. All right, crawling back under. You know, I cut the trunk out of the damn car and I still have to crawl into it. All right, so where do we got our spot welds out to? Right there. Where's my punch? It's the punch and the hammer. I crawled in here without the damn punch. God, I'm stupid. All right, I'll cut here instead. All right, ready? Headphone users, this gets loud, okay? Ready? I'll wait 10 seconds. Oop, lost it for a second. Hey, get back in there. What's wrong with you? There we go. It took a second for it to pick up. Gotta be careful we don't hit the frame rails here. We should get the cutting wheel. Get at the rest of this. How are we looking? A little bit of rot, right? Actually, no, that's just, it's just undercoating. No, this is fine. This is all good. This metal sealed up real nice. If the fricking trunk didn't leak, this thing would be perfect. That's really, really annoying. Anyway, more noises. We're gonna save this piece. I'll use this piece later. Stamp it out flat and we're good to go. Frame rail looks fine. This is okay. Seriously, this is good. You could still see some bare metal there. Good. No wonder it rusted. Look at all those holes in it. I'm just moving tools around, guys. That can go there. All right. Let me see how many more spots we got to get at. Yeah. We got to get the seam sealer. That's factory sealer, and it looks actually in good condition. Man, somebody went to town with the spot welds there. There's a spot weld every half inch. It's like that on both wheelhouses. Jeez. All right. All right. So let's get the cutting fluid and stuff. I don't know, what do you think, what do you guys want to do next? We could do, it's not like one or the other, we could do whatever. I'm just, there's spot welds on the inside of this seam right here that are going through. I'll get at them from the wheel well. Yeah, but we have to go in there with the grinder and clean it off on both sides. And then I'm looking around up in here. Where are the spots? Okay. We're spot welded to the cross member, shock tower cross member. And then there's that. There's a pinch weld to the rear pan. Shock cross member is right here. So that's the flange for this. Okay, easy peasy. All right, let's get I'm gonna try to get the fuel vent line. Okay, this is the fuel vent. Note how the fuel vent goes up and over, and it goes to a high point to make sure that gas doesn't ever go out the vent line. That's why this is like this. So this is connected into the fuel tank. When the car, when you're draining gas, like when you're driving down the road, you're losing pressure or you're making pressure inside of the tank if this is capped. So this sucks in air as the fuel gets pumped out. Think of it like tank ullage with a rocket, but with cars. That's exactly what this does. And they kink the line to go up and over. The reason why they did that is that's the high point in this design. This point is higher than the carburetor at the front of the car. It's higher than the carburetor, and if it's higher than the carburetor, Archimedes' principle, actually it's higher than the fuel pump, not necessarily the carb, but it's higher than the fuel pump because the pump works as an elevator pump. But actually, let me look at it. Yeah, it's about the same height as the bowls on the carburetor. That'll make it so air never gets in here. Gasoline will never go out of this line because Archimedes' principle, which is actually cool. Some pretty cool engineering right there. And this is all intact. This is totally reusable. So I'm going to reuse it with the new trunk pan. We just got to make sure I put this in a spot where we won't step on it and break it. So I'll put it on the floor. Hopefully that wasn't foreshadowing. So let me pop out the vent gasket. There's the vent gasket. I'll put that with it. There's another gasket over here, and I'm failing to figure out where that is. What is this? That's the fuel line. There's the frame rail. Oh, it's inside. That one vents. Oh, it vents into the frame rail. Interesting. That's a weird way of doing that, dude. But whatever. Yeah, that's a very strange way of trying to get that done. All right, I'm just thinking how much more we can cut. What is this? Speaker wire. It's to the 6x9s. This has Audio Vox 6x9s in it, dude. In the parcel shelf, and they're sideways? That's weird. Yeah, Audio Vox. 6x9's made in Japan, so you know the stereo was installed in the 80s. Look at this part. It says made in Japan. All the best stuff comes from Japan. I didn't need to cut through the gasoline strap bracket. That's annoying. All right, so what do you want to do, dudes? Do you want to, yeah, we got to drill out a lot over there. A lot of holes in the bottom of the wheel well to get out all the spots. We're gonna have to clean it off. And yeah, we're gonna have to clean that. And actually, it might be better to just section this. So cut here, and then the gap between the rail and the trunk pan, cut that out. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to attack this with the time that we have. What do you guys think? Yo, Morton with the super chat, dude. Thank you very much. Making progress, man. Great job. Step by step. You will get there. Have a nice ride. Yeah. Reminds me I have to do a few jobs on my Camaro and some driving soon. It's a 72 RSSS 396 4-speed car. Dude, you're putzing around that in Norway? You must be one bad mother trucker. That's awesome. Hell yeah. That's a sweet car, dude. Sweet car. Dude, that must be a joy to freaking drive around. That's awesome. Is the vent line necessary? Absolutely. Unless you want to pressurize your gas tank, subcooler. Pressurize your gas tank. You know, you're using oxidizer, technically, if you pressurize your gas tank. Your gas tank could implode on itself. Pretty sure you don't want that. All right. We'll, I'm trying to think, how is this pinch welded? It's pinch welded down. Okay. Okay. We have to get at the bottom of the wheelhouse for the rest of this. All right, let's, I'm gonna drill the spots out to here. We'll drill the spots and we'll get the metal out up to about here on both sides. And then we'll get into the wheelhouse, I think. Also, this glove broke. Oh no. Oh no. I want pictures of that car in Discord. Morton, Twitch chat wants to see it. By the way, EJ, you got less than 2 hours to flame trench. I understand. I have a ticking clock in here, don't worry. The ticking clock! Ha ha! Got to get a new pair of gloves. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh yeah! All right, so let me get I need the small drill and we need the cutting oil to get at the rest of the spot welds on both sides of this thing. All right, let's dig in. Welcome to the Thunderdome, chat. I'm gonna put a cutting disc on my angle grinder too. Actually, we should flap it out on the other side, so I'll keep flap disc for now. Put that down under there. All right, let's dig. We don't have much time till I have to go get ready for flame trench. Replacing panels. Yeah, Warder, you could say that. What panels am I replacing? Well, yes. Yes, I am replacing panels. All right. Hackermans, I'm in. All right. Put the reciprocating saw down. I'm going to drill out the remaining spots here with the small drill, and then we punch them out with the spot welding drill. Cut right here, get it to this spot weld. This is where we want to be. As we get further and further into this, it's really hard to find out where the damn spot welds are. Oh no, there it is. I can't tell because of the pitting. We'll find it when we bend the metal up though. All right, now that we're gonna get the spot welder out, I'm gonna put cutting oil on these bad mothers. There we go. We just need to do 6. All right, let's go. I don't know if one's there. I'm gonna have to manually figure that out. I really can't tell where the spot weld is over here, dudes. It's really difficult to see it. It's so pitted because this is where all the water pooled in this thing. It all pooled right here, which is why there was a huge hole in the first place. It's hard to say. All right, let's get at it with the reciprocating saw. Loud noises incoming, dudes. Loud noises incoming. Careful. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. Woo! Cool. Can't hear you over the loud saw. What? Another cut. Good piece of trunk floor, and the seal is still intact. The caps, we're going to need those. Can't lose that. All right, now I got to get my punch. I don't think we drilled that one enough. Let's get the spot welder. I gotta get my punch. Got it? Didn't get that one. Got it. It popped. All right, how's the rail looking in here? It's not bad, dudes. Seriously, not bad at all. Yeah, that's pretty good. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna zip that off. More loud noises from the angle, or not the angle grinder, from the reciprocating saw. Ready? Headphone users, headphone users, headphone users. Rails are good, man. This rail is fine. Good. Okay. All right, that's as far as we'll go over here before we get at the wheel wells. Now we got to do that, basically get to that same point on the other side. Or we could get the cutting wheel out and get at the spare tire mount. I think we should probably do that. And then drill the spots for the gas tank holders. Yeah. These gloves make it a little bit of a pain in the butt to get at this stuff. So there's little welds right here on the spare tire mount. It was just zip welded in there. Let's get that sucker off. See, it was just pop welded in here. Not very well, actually. That looks like my weld. Somebody definitely used way too much voltage because it burned right through the flange. Should have plug welded it, dudes. Jeez. But then again, it was all about time. You know, save time that way. All right, so while we're here, let me get some cutting fluid on this stuff. This is the spare tire mount, or the gas tank mount, not the spare tire. Now we'll drill pilot holes, it's easier. So this is a gas tank strap. It's on the back side of this panel, dudes. I dripped some cutting fluid over it so we could get at it. Now,
There's another set of spot welds that I didn't see because they're covered in rust. Where's the small drill? I really hope there's not another set down here. There probably is. Nope, not through. Almost. Almost got it. Got it. Didn't get all the way through. Close though. Almost got it out. Just a little bit left on that. Sweet. Got my gas tank strap out. Oh. Spider's web. Yep. And there's the old strap that was broken, and my mechanic welded a new grade 5 bolt to it, and that's how he secured the gas tank. This is the front piece. It picks up on it, and this holds the gas tank. It picks up on the rear cross member. Yeah, there's the piece. I might need a new one of those. But we got to save that piece. Next thing to do is get at this, zap at the popcorn welds here. I'm gonna need the cutting wheel to get at that. Gas tank straps are always the first to go, it seems like. Yeah, for sure, man. I also have the trunk cross member. I really should get that. We really should get the trunk member, or the trunk cross member piece. I should get that off and I should re-weld it. I really didn't want to do that, but we can zap this back together. It's not a big deal. I'll tack it, pick up on its spot welding points, and we'll go from there. Good progress, dudes. Let's keep going. Should probably switch to the other side, get that up to the same point. But yeah, we really got to get the spare tire bracket off. That's really what's impeding me, because then once I get the spare tire bracket off, we can get at the other. Once I get the spare tire bracket off, the other gas tank strap flanges behind it. Who knows where the hell the spot welds are for that thing. Bits. This car should be a lesson for everybody. Making minor fixes avoids huge problems down the road. Yep. Yeah, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding, dude. The floor pan is made up principally woody. It's not the whole floor pan. We have the main pan, which is where the driver's seat and the passenger seat is. And then you have two panels that are the footwells behind that. So you got like the driver's pan up front, and then there's two footwells behind that, and then the rear pan, and then the trunk pan. So out of that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we need to replace the trunk pan, and we need to replace the main pan. The footwells up there are good, and the main pan, or the rear pan, is fine. So it's main pan, footwells, rear pan, trunk pan. Trunk pan is shot completely, and the main pan is shot as well. We'll get it.
But the rear pan is intact as far as I can tell, which is great because that's a major structural part of the car. If the rear pan was gone, I would junk this thing. It's not, yeah. I mean, well, I wouldn't junk it. Let me rephrase that. That's what you should be doing. If the rear pan was gone, this would get a lot more complicated because that's a major structural piece. I'm relying on the rear pan because the rear pan holds the frame rails in place. I'm relying on the rear pan to keep my frame rails good while I cut the trunk pan out. Keep them true, which is really nice. That's super useful. But we just got to be careful as we get closer into the car. We got to be more careful about what we cut out and what we don't. All right, I need a cutting disc to get at this thing. Hopefully I can save it. I'm not sure about the bottom flange, but I don't think that's connected to anything. Oh yeah, it is, just a little bit. All right. So there's that right there, and then there's just 4 tacks on either side, and that is just zipped in there. All right. Now, I got to get my cutting disc out because we have the flap disc on the grinder, so I'll be right back. I got to crawl out through the fallout, baby. Crawl out through the fallout, baby. Through the rain of strontium 19. Bop, the atom bomb, the atom bomb, the atom bomb, the atom bomb, baby, loaded with power, radioactive like a TV tower. I don't want to get copyrighted struck, so I'm gonna change the lyrics to the song. Bomb, the atom bomb, the atom, the atom. I'm looking for my new set of cutting discs. I bought a new package of them. I got it stuck in my head. Hopefully you do too. You have to deal with my pain and suffering. All right, this disc has a good amount of meat left on it. That's a very solid plan to keep it rust. Yeah, exactly. Keep the rust down. All right, let's go. All right, so we should just have to zip in there, zip in there, zip in there, and zip in there and call it a day. All right, this thing is also very loud. Just careful. It's loud. Trying to find a good angle. That's not savable. Oh, wait, yes it is. Come on. Nice. I'm trying to get this thing off without without screwing it up too much, but all right, where's the punch? See if we can get it. That should be enough. She doesn't want to go. I got one. There we go. I got two. Gotta get at that side a little bit more. Please move the cans of lubricant. Shake hands with danger. Well, the PB blaster moved itself, dude, so we're good. Yep, all right. Cutting wheel action again. I don't like shooting that many sparks into the cabin. But almost there. Just a little bit, there's just a little bit of weld left down there. All right, one more time. Yeah, baby. All right. Good. Yeah, I tried to save the bottom flange, but there ain't much. But the rest of this is fine. The rest of this is good to go. Sweet. Excellent. Put that over there. Put that in the bag, Gino. Okay, so we have the 6. Here, let me see if I can just get this piece of metal out. It's almost there. Metal fatigue do be like this. I'm trying to see, so the other gas tank strap is here, but we can see 6 spot welds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I'm not sure if there's more because it's very rusty down here. What's the time? I can't see the clock from here. Can you guys give me the time? Ten to 4. Good, making good time. It's right now. It means everything. All right, let me just shine the light up in here. I can't tell if that thing's been spotted down there. But where's the punch? We will find out. You know what? We'll get at the ones that we know are there. So let me drill them. Drilling pilot holes for the spot welder gun. I find it works a lot better. Hey. Okay. Cutting fluid. Yep, there's other spot welds somewhere. I've almost got this bracket off, but I can't. The rust, it's so pitted down here, I have no idea where they are. I think I might have a location on one. It's hard to say, dudes. All right, cutting disc time. Ready? There. Now I can see it. There they are. I found them. We weren't drilling those off with it that floppy, dudes. We'll put this on a vise and get at it later. See, there's 2 spot welds down there. I was wondering if there were any on this curve, but there isn't. So, but this gas tank strap is intact, which is great because we're going to use it. We're going to pop new ones in on the trunk. Now, let's think about this for a second. Can we get the locations of these? Like, can we find where they live in 3D space on the new trunk pan? Well, yeah, of course we can, because of the cross member. Yeah, that'll work. All right, so that goes there. The other one goes right there. You know what? We should measure off the frame rail. Two minutes notice to 4 p.m. is about now. Okay. All right, give me 1 sec. Put all this bracing here, man. It's difficult to get in and out of this damn thing. So, I just really want to see where the center line is relative to the frame rail. So, if we center the spot welds, we know the frame rail is right there. Get an approximate center between it. About 11 inches. What about over here? That one's 12. Oh yeah, let's measure from not the frame rail flange. Measure from the actual frame rail position. Okay, they're 12 inches in. That's easy. I'm gonna write that down. The gas tank strap positions are 12 on center from the frame rail. Why not cut it out and use it as a template? Well, we could do that too. Yeah, sure, cut that out. It's just gonna be difficult to cut it out off the frame rail, but yeah, that's gonna have to be a job for another day. I didn't get as far as I wanted today, which is annoying, but we're gonna have to do it another day. It is what it is. I wanted that trunk pan out so we could test fit the new one just for fun. Or we could try to grind out the next 30 minutes, but I got to clean up, reconfigure the stream and stuff. Yeah. We're almost there. Getting at the frame rail from the other side is, or getting the rest of the trunk pan out, the last bits. We're almost there. We'll do it next week. Good work today, dudes. Let's back out the camera. See where we're at. There is not much car left back here, but next week is when we start rebuilding. There's not much more to cut out back here because we've cut out all of it. That's next week is when we start bending metal, making templates for the stuff we got to patch. Yeah. Guys, I might just drill the rest of this out over the weekend if I have time. Or do you want to see it all on stream? Do you want the continuity? I think you guys want the continuity. Stream it if you can. Cool. All right. No problem. Doors still opening and closing. Yep, still closing. Good. What about over here? Let me make sure these are closing. Good. Good. All right, we're still structural. The car's still straight. I don't know how, but it's still straight. Easy solution, stream over the weekend. Can't, Mother's Day. Excited for the transition from subtractive to additive engineering. Yes, yes. We're almost there, dudes. We are almost there. We're almost there. I'm just going to get, we're going to get cleaned up and we'll talk about where we're going to go from here. So I got most of my objectives done today. The reason why I didn't go ham on this thing is because I'm not sure what's waiting for us in the wheel well in terms to how the wheelhouse attaches to the trunk pan. I don't know. It's probably spot welded on a pinch if I had to guess, but I have to go, what we got to do is I got to go in there, I got to clean it, we got to hit it with the wire wheel, get all the crap off of it, get it down to bare metal, figure out where the spot welds are, and then what I think I want to do with the wheelhouse is drill, not spot weld, or not the spot weld bit, just drill right through all the spot welds, because that'll give me holes. Because on the edge of the trunk pan, I've noticed, look, here's the good trunk pan, right? There's a flange right here. See this strip? It's no doubt punched to the wheel well. How the frick am I gonna drill all that out? Well, actually we could do it from the wheel. The wheelhouse would be right here, right? So see there's a little flange piece right here that we basically have to, we gotta drill it out. So this is what the trunk pan looks like. Or what it should look like. Hobo freight air puncher? Nah. Nah. No, I want to drill the welds out. It'll make it easier to weld the wheelhouses back in. So we got to clean out each wheel well along the inner wheelhouse flange, right? And drill out all the spot welds that are in there. And then we got to do that on both sides, right? And then we can get at the rest of the pan. There's not much more holding this thing together. I'm looking at, by my count, it probably looks like 20 to 30 more spot welds and then the pan is out completely. Oh, there's also the pinch welds to the, there's the pinch welds to the rear, to the rear pan. Trunk pan is behind the rear pan in this design. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that one out. No problem, no problem. I found another mouse nest in the C-pillar. That's good. Frickin' mouse. I hate those frickin' things that ruin my damn car. Yep. Yeah, we're for the latter half of this on Monday. If you guys want to work on this on Monday. Monday is usually workers' day. If you want to, we can finish this. Pretty sure I can get the rest of this out more or less in one piece. I can see the spot welds. They're just behind some undercoating back here. But we only basically have to go till about here. When did he pick this ride up? I bought it originally in 2013, dude. I bought it in 2013. It was stored from 2013 to 2017 inside, and then I drove it. The place where I was storing the car was like, we can't store it anymore. Bye. I want my garage space. Even though there was no garage space when I started. The deal was if I made a deal with one of my co-workers' parents at Best Buy at the time. I said, I'll clean out your garage, your 2-car garage, right? I'll clean it out. It was full of junk. I'll clean it out if you give me a place to store the car, because I didn't have a place to store it, because the 59 was at my parents' house. So I spent a weekend cleaning out the garage, dumpster, cleaning out all that crap, cleaned out their garage completely. It was spotless. And then I put the car in one bay, and they put their car in the other bay. And then by the time 2017 came around, they were like, we need the other bay. We need the other bay. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I actually ended up storing the car outside. So 2017 to 2019, 2020, the car was stored outside, but it had a cover on it. 2017, I got it up and running. I drove it around. I drove this to auto shows and stuff in the way it is now. And then the pandemic happened. Brimo and I, actually, that would have been like about 2018, something like that. Because that's when we moved into the apartment. Yeah, 2017, 2018. And then I drove it every once in a while, 2019 to 2020. And then the pandemic happened, and it basically sat from like 2019 till now. Outside. The cover got all screwed up. It ripped because it ripped off in high winds, so I just said screw it. And yeah. Yeah, it came off in high winds, which really sucks. And then it just sat outside during the entire pandemic from like 2020 till about 2020. So 2020 to 2022, it was outside at my parents' house. And then 2022, we moved into this house and I got the shop. And from 2022 to 2023, I was working on the 59 with Geek, and this thing was sitting outside. And it's basically been sitting outside since 2019. It sucks, dude, because you know what? This was not like that when I bought the car, which really blows. I let it sit outside for too long. That's totally my fault. There was no rust. There was not near, well, there was a hole over here, but it's not like, there's so much rust in that corner right there. The rockers were savable. They were straight except for one hole on the other side. Letting it sit basically through the pandemic basically ruined it. Okay, that's just the latch. The latch needs to be greased. I saw that door didn't open. I'm like, did I bend something? You said screw it, and it got screwed as directed. Yep. So, yeah, that's what happened, dudes. I let it sit for too long because I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's totally on me. That's 100% my fault. It didn't have to be this way. We could have saved a lot more of this car, which really sucks, but like it didn't have to be like this. But it's all right. Got plenty of patching steel over here, and we saved the gas tank strap, which is pretty good. Let me find the piece that I cut out that has the rest of that attached to it. Where's my other gas tank strap? Dang it. I got one. And we got the spare tire mount. We got the spare tire mount intact, dudes. That's cool. I'll clean up the flanges and we'll zap this thing back in. We'll zap it onto the new trunk pan. But that's going to be coming next week. Where's the back gas tank strap piece? Dude, you know, like, once again, we cut a lot of good metal out of this car. We cut a lot of bad metal out of this car, too. But, yeah, the good metal, I'm going to reuse. Like these patch panels. Like, we'll use these. I'll get these on get the hammer and dolly out, clean this metal up. This is good metal. And what I want to do is, where I can, use this to patch stuff. There are some parts on this car that they don't make reproduction, so we're going to have to get creative. But it'd be cool to patch parts of the car with parts of the car. I think that'd be cool. So that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Ah, there's the piece. Hang on. All right, at least I know where it is. It's not going anywhere. There's the gas vent tube. I'm putting that up on the table so we don't lose that. All right. Let me get my punch and everything out of here. Put my tools away. Yeah, I call myself fat, but I'm the only one that's allowed to call myself fat. When you say it, Chad, it sounds very negative. All right, how much car did we pull out of this today? Or let me rephrase that. How much car fell on the ground? Ooh, an exhaust bolt. Neat. This is all part of the job, dudes. Part of the job is clean up. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of car on the ground. Oh well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? See, this is the part that we can't, this is part of the trunk that we can't use. Yeah, we won't do that. Got to take progress pictures for the day. How dense is that dust? It's mostly rust. Yeah. Okay. Looks like an airsoft gun shot it up. Yeah. Yeah, it does. All right. Yeah, we still got some work to do, bros. But I'm getting better at drilling spot welds out. I can do it a lot faster now that I figured out a good process for it. That and using the tap fluid makes it a lot easier. Well done when I hit the showers. I got 10 minutes, dude, before I gotta pop out. I don't want to dead air the stream too much, dude. I'm just gonna take my hearing protection and my safety glasses and put them over here where I know they are. Take the drill off of the desk, put it over here with the rest of the power tools. There we go. Yeah, I got this, I was using tap fluid this time instead of PB. Bree's dad actually gave this to me when he gave me his tools, which still can't believe that. Because he gave me the tools because he knew I'd put them to use. And yeah, he wasn't wrong. Hang on one sec. I'm going to vacuum up just the little bits of rust that are left. There's an air filter in the vac, guys. So, like, you're wondering about like particulates and stuff. Don't. We're good. I like my shop clean. Got to stay clean. Now I know why body shops charge a lot of cash and restoration shops. Like, you watch the restoration shows and they're like, we fully restored your car and we basically replaced everything because you wanted it because of sentimental value. That's 15 grand. It's like, huh? What? Now I see why. This is very involved. It's very involved work. I guess you're skipping the Flame Trench pre-show. Did it start? Why would they start 40 minutes early? They usually start at 20 minutes early. Whatever. All right. My light, I gotta hook the light back up. Pimp my ride. You've got to pimp my ride. Damn right. Da 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 da. Shouldn't have started the pre-show. They usually wait. Oh, the other thing I got to do is write down the dimensions for the, got to write down the dimensions for the gas tank. Frame rail, frame rail. Cool. I'm writing down all the dimensions for stuff so I know where it goes. Should probably do that for the spare tire too. Last thing. That's the last thing we'll do, and then I'll get ready. It's just 1 inch over. Okay. Spare tire mount is 13 inches off of right hand frame rail. Sick. Did I weld the legs of the jig? They're actually just vice grip clamped in there, and believe me, they're not going anywhere. I used the galvanized stock that I had to hold all this in place. It hasn't moved. Maybe it went down just a smidge, but we'll find the new positions for it everywhere when this is all back together. Yeah, I didn't make the progress I wanted, dudes. I talked too much. But anyway. All right. Does the new pan come with extensions, or do you need to order them? The trunk extensions? Gotta order them, dude. But I have them. We're good. This is the right rear. This thing basically lives right here. Right there. And now you see how much quarter came off of this car. This pinch is basically on that line. Car is this? Ford? It's a 69 Dodge Coronet, man. I like Mopar. I like late 60s Dodge. Good stuff. Late 60s anything is good, to be completely fair. Hair? Engine, Kuro? It's got a 318 in it. It's not a lot. What engine will be in there? I ultimately would like to put a 5.7 Hemi in it from like a newer Dodge. I think that's kind of cool. Put a 5.7 in. Pretty sick. But you know what we should do now that I'm really thinking about it? We're rebuilding all this structure. We got a motor in it that runs and drives. Just use that. Use that for now. And then maybe put the motor in some other time. So there was that one diagram I saw a day or two ago that had the frame positions in a weird way. It struck me that it seemed to be the dimensions you need to make a frame jig, not ride height, but more if like the frame were set on something directly. Yep. Hello, no cap today? My cap got super dirty and super sweaty. So I took it off. Kid data. All right, guys. Yeah, good progress. We're making forward progress on this, but I really wanted to get to the point this week to adding something, but yeah. We'll hit it guns blazing next week, dudes. Once again, as long as you guys are on board with this project, I'll put in more time, you know? And you guys this week spoke a lot. There was a lot of tips this week, a lot of tips, a lot of support for the stream, and I do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm happy you guys are into this stuff. This is cool. It's engineering. We're going to re-engineer the back of this car. Yeah,
Discovery, go
I'm not sponsored. I don't have any sponsors in-house. Pete with 5 subs, inverter with an 89-monther in there too. Thank you guys so much. I'm not sponsored. You guys fund the project.
Space. I'm in space.
You guys want to fund a project more, you let me know. You guys want to fund a game more, you let me know. Within reason. I'm not playing Tarkov or something on stream, even though that might be fun. But I think you guys have spoken with your wallets pretty succinctly here, so we're gonna go. I mean, guys, the entire back of the car is funded, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool, and probably and then some. EJ is brought to you by by NSF. No, not the National Science Foundation, NASA Spaceflight, and viewers like you. You should play Star Citizen. Nothing bad. You should play Star Citizen. Nothing bad would ever happen with that. Yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea, man. I don't know if that's a good idea. There is no back to this car, is there? It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just had one of those moments again where I'm like, yeah, there's not a lot of car left back here, and there should be a lot of car back here. Would you go shower already? I smell you in Florida. All right. Stand by for loss of signal, as expected. Give me a second here on YouTube.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
To the Crew Cab Project.
To the Crew Cab Project. Yeah. On the YouTube side of things, I got to shut it down. I don't want to double stream. But we're going to go do the Flame Trench now. Yeah. Weekly podcast about spaceflight. There should be starting up now. So I'm going to go jump into that. I got to go take a shower. And yeah, the stream's going to be dead aired for about 15, 20 minutes until I get the NSF feed up. So I'll see you guys for Flame Trench starting in about 30 minutes. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for the support. Next week, we'll get the rest of this out, and then we will actually start adding vehicle instead of cutting it out. All right. I'll see you guys. Thank you.